Yeah, so first things first, we need more iron, which is why I am standing by an iron patch. Among the many things that we need, iron is one of them. I'm gonna check the Dyson sphere real quick. See how things are going. I suspect we might have actually filled out all of the infrastructure, so it's just sales at this point. I know, you're mad that I built a Dyson sphere in the homeworld system. It's looking good though. Shame it's around that lame star. Yeah. The star could certainly be more powerful. I recognize that. But, you know, who's stopping at one star? Let's cage all the stars. Funniest Kerbal from Scott Manley a few days ago. Wile E. Coyote rocket-powered lawn chair that has attained escape velocity in a single stage. Neat. Star power is different. Yeah, actually, different types of stars have different production capacity, different multipliers, I think, for their spheres. Yeah, it's based on luminosity. Hang on, I can actually show this off a little bit. So you can see it over here. Can you actually see it here? You can see luminosity here, right? And then luminosity affects... I think it's like actually just a multiplier on how much power you can get out of the Dyson sphere. I'm gonna have to have a nice death. I am gonna have to have a nice death. You're right. That game looks very me. I am excited for it. 3 to 4 is good. 3 to 4 seems high. You gotta go pretty far out from your starting system to get 3 to 4. Also, even though it's like negative luminosity, I want to cage the black hole. I don't care that it's less than valuable. It's a thing I want to accomplish. Black hole, best hole. That's a questionable statement. It is certainly a statement. Alright, where am I sending this to? Here? Nope, that one's not taking iron. Which one's the one that's taking iron? This one? Yes. This one. Great. We're heading over there. So this could be like about anywhere. Black hole generates power. I mean, a little bit. You're mad at the diagonal belts? Nah, man, they're great. They're efficient. They're efficient. I mean, they're kind of gross, but they're efficient. I think we do this way. Oh, that's good. I'm trying to give you as much to complain about as possible, Unimatrix. I know what you're here for, and I aim to give it to you. The smelter setup only supports Mark 1s anyway. Like, I'm only putting down 6 smelters per belt. So it's not like putting down bigger belts is gonna matter. Install TeamViewer? You're asking a lot, buddy. I should probably at some point set up a box of Mark IIs. Then I could just use Mark IIs everywhere and stop caring. But I have definitely spent a fair amount of time optimizing for the belts that I'm using. Alright, we're going over there. We're going over there, and that means we need to fly over... I think that means we need to fly over the solar panels too, which means we need to be 3 high. I am using an ILS. I just need to get it to the ILS. It's not like I need to be using a logistics system to get it into the interplanetary stuff. I could build another ILS? That sounds wasteful. I suppose there's no real difference, given that they're not getting powered. It's an oxymoron. I mean, kinda. Oh, 3 wasn't high enough. So what's going on here? Purple's a problem. God damn it. Purple's always a problem. Excuse me? Thank you. And then we need to connect this down to the solar panels. Which, that's not too hard to do. Perfect. Kind of. Perfect. Yep, that is as good as this is going to get. And we now have slightly more iron in the system. Very slightly more iron. How much more iron do I need to get? How bad off are we? How much of a deficit are we running at? Show me ingots. Maybe not much. Maybe exactly even still. I suspect we're still negative. I could go find more iron on this planet. Doesn't seem like the worst idea. Is that good? I feel like this is going to be a struggle. Nope, perfect. Literally could not be better. Is that the right direction? Yes, good. Now I'm handcrafting green chips. Is this really the life I wanted for myself? Belt in, split, belt out. You can use blueprints between the yellow bands. Oh, so each of the yellow bands indicates a tropic change. And as long as your blueprint doesn't overlap the yellow band, or is built with overlapping the yellow band in mind, which I think I saved. Oh, I didn't even save it. I'm so bad. I have a blueprint for ray receivers. I'm gonna have to go copy that one. But that is designed with crossing tropics in mind. And so that fits exactly at the pole. And this is going to need power at some point. Probably just connect it down to here. That's the easiest way to do it. Nope. Surely we can do this. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Alright. Where are we going? We are going this way. More detailed than that I don't have. Do you just live your entire life, Devonok, waiting for people to use that turn of a phrase so that you can make sure that everybody knows that you've seen Airplane? Where is this going? Where is my open? Perfect. It's a reflex. That makes sense, actually. I've got some less than ideal similar reflexes for sure. Oh, more of a fugue state. Okay. That seems healthy. All right. This is a start. A start has been made. I'm gonna need to come back for this, I am sure. But in the meantime, Purple's yelling at me. So let's go figure out what's wrong with Purple. Hang on. Can I look at my ray receiver set up here? Do I have a ray receiver set up here? Oh, I don't have ray receivers. I just have ejectors. That's what I have here. Well, all right then. Worry about it later. Do you really, Devonok? That is my second favorite joke. Of course, I usually do it as an actual, like, joke with a punchline, rather than just a response to people. Every goddamn time. Excellent. Wow. I don't know how I've never run into this while hanging out with you, but that's impressive. That's impressive, and I'm proud of you. Alright, so we're gonna have to do something out here with regards to power. Because I think power is part of the problem. Not immediately, but sometimes. Alright, so then how's Purple doing? What's going on here? We are losing access to Purple because of brown chips. Processors, sorry. People got on my case for using the proper name, which I will do at least once a stream, so you can know what I'm talking about when I say brown chips. But I'm gonna be saying brown chips. It's probably still iron. Iron is still probably the problem. Though we do need some of these, since I don't want to be handcrafting green chips. This is set up poorly, but I could just not touch it. So I think I'll just not touch it. We have a slightly higher scale production line over here, which is running. Okay, that's good. We just need more silicon than I'm producing? Do I need to stamp down another one of these setups? I might. We might just need that much more processor production than we have. Huh. Definitely at flat 0 here. Ah, there it goes. Out of silicon. Out of silicon. Well, that's terrible news. And we gotta go get silicon from very far away. There is no more close silicon. I believe to be the unfortunate case. Think we have exploited all of the silicon here. And all of the silicon here. Which means the time has come, my friends, to steal it probably from Alnair. There's no silicon on Dune. There's maybe silicon on Dune. There's silicon here somewhere. I guess it's on the list, which means it should be there. Fire, ice, and fractal silicon is here, but it's not showing up on the lists. Alright, well, I guess let's fly to a distant star and start obtaining more silicon and see if we can fix our supply chain. Suspect the answer is not with ease, but attempts will be made. I need to go fill up on belts again before I do this. Where is my box of belts that I still don't have Mark IIs of? Box of belts. What does it take to turn 1s into 2s? It takes turbines, right? F. F? Yeah. It just takes turbines. Okay. Well, that's not too hard to do, considering that just needs iron and turbines. The question is, am I going to do it? And I think the answer, as many of you may have guessed, is still no. What else do I need? I need poles. We should make myself some more poles. I have belts now. I have miners. Going to need more smelters. I'm going to need... Am I going to need a new tower? I have a tower on me. Lucky. Alright. That'll do. Let's go hang out at other stars and see what we can accomplish. So, I know we've already put some miners on Dune. I don't know what we're getting from there, but I know we're getting something. Oh, I need more wind power also, probably. And then I still have sufficient resources to make other things. Great. Alright. As I scroll out to the interstellar view yet again, finally marking this as my destination. Damn, Icarus. Can't believe that's the first time anybody's done that to me. Fly, you fool! Also, if anybody is watching who has not yet contributed to the boost, there is a community boost active. And what? Sudden. Always so sudden. I would certainly appreciate it if you found it within your heart to contribute otherwise meaningless channel points to the community boost. Where is there more silicon I can steal here? Am I stealing all the silicon already? No way. 13 million silicon on this planet. 13 million dead rocks. The hell is the silicon? Saving your channel points for a leveraged buyout. Well, I mean, okay. Literally on the other side of the planet from the existing interplanetary logistics station. Maybe I should put down a second station. Would definitely make things easier than belting halfway across the planet. Maybe I just put the other one on the exact other side of the planet. So no matter what, I am close to one of them, hopefully. Like here. That's still, like, kind of close. Closer. Or I just do it right next to this, since... There's not, like, more silicon near here, though. This is the edge of places where silicon might exist. Where else does silicon even exist on this planet? Here. Okay, so between these two, and that's it? That's the last of the silicon? Everything else is already being mined? Yikes. There you are. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, let's mine some silicon, shall we? This is going to be a rough patch to get, isn't it? Why? Why would they do this to me? Alright, 6565. That'll do. Now where's that other tower? Here. Which means we are putting smelters. Yeah, sure. Good enough. Smelters down here. What are we out of? Sorters? We're always out of sorters. I don't know why you'd think we'd have enough sorters. Literally never enough sorters. And then we have 4 to 2. Which I'm pretty sure means this, this, this. Is that a reasonable thing to do? This is at least slightly unreasonable, this thing that I'm doing. We can do this in a slightly more reasonable way. No need to be ridiculous about things here. That means we can go to here, build a splitter, and by splitter, I mean merger. Yeah, good enough. You need to make sure you are taking in silicon. We need to supply power over here. Can I just connect this over here? Is that a bad idea? This is only supplying... This might work, actually. Let's find out if this works. It is going over. Okay. Well, add some more wind to it, I guess. And it looks like it's peaking around 17 or 18. So this is good enough. Good enough is exactly what I'm here for. And then again on the other side. Do I think I can do this with 3 miners? This is always the challenge, is to optimize the number of miners that you're using. If I can do 7, 7, and 7, then we can do it in 3. Nice. Did one of them get 8? One of them did get 8. Amazing. Oh, yeah. Always Lunar Waffles. Love playing Star Prison. Star Prison would actually be like a really sick name for a game. I would play a game called Star Prison. I guess that means I could actually position this sideways, since I know exactly where this needs to go. It's going to be super weird to see it later on, but I can just place it and forget about it. Cool. Probably also going to need more sorters. Are we surprised? How many more sorters do I need? Just 10? Really? Okay. Place more of them anyway. Going to need 2 of these. Okay. This'll work. These are actually just gonna go here and here. So now things can connect up. And then the intermediate belts. And then a research will finish. Research finished. A. Do I need to update the research order in order to account for this being more or less expensive? It's a 10. You're 8. You're 8. You're 8. You're 10. I think I like ray efficiency more than I like mecha core. So get in there, ray efficiency. And then mecha core. And then I think it's 12s and 14s after that. Yep. Veins first. Veins are important. Trying to do my my infinite techs in relatively cost order. Not that it matters too much. But I like the feeling of progression from doing it that way. And then you are going to need power. Fortunately, we have wind. Right, foundation support, of course. Will that do? Nope. That's still flickering. How many more of these do I need? I think wind is like not 100% on this planet. Is that gonna do? I don't remember the actual totals. I should remember the actual totals, but I don't. But this looks like it's running at full capacity. And hitting like 5.9 something. I'm just gonna drop one more just in case. Alright, good enough. Why is it not being requested? Surely it should be being requested. You'd think something would have picked it up by now. Where's that other tower? Is this tower working correctly? Alright, things are requesting from this tower. But not in the quantities I'd expect. Is silicon not the problem? How is silicon not the problem? Alright, I'm confused now. Going home. We've got supply chains to smooth out. Oh, I missed it. No idea where I was going, just in this general direction. Alright. Towers that want silicon include... You want silicon, remote demand. You're not getting warpers. That's the problem. So we need to get you warpers in order for you to actually remote request silicon. That's going to cause a bit of trouble. That's going to cause a bit of trouble. How do I get you warpers? Maybe I just have you local request? Local demand? And then whatever other tower is requesting interstellar silicon already has warpers, hopefully? Where are you? Where is this idiot? You? No. You. You do have warpers. So you can local supply and remote demand, and that'll work. Except you're maybe light on vessels to do the requesting with. Alright, I understand. Local storage dead zero, great, great. It's never gonna get any better, is it? I might have to set up another tower that does have warpers and is requesting silicon in order to make this work. I really hate that the answer is adding more towers instead of adding more vessels. Like, I hate that there is a limit to the number of vessels you can put into a tower. But alas, it is what it is. Where's that other tower? I mean, there's also, like, these towers, right? Which could be requesting things and aren't, maybe? And are not? Rings continue to be a problem. Where is that other... you? Yeah, as you get more ships, you can send them off to request more silicon. Okay. That'll work. Hopefully. Oh, and now power's a problem. Oh. You're gonna need more power in order to be able to send more ships out. Ah. Which means that we should just head Head towards antimatter that much quicker, huh? Is my purple starting to impact my white? Is that what's going on here, or is something else impacting white? Photons? We actually light on these? I thought this was ratioed. Are these not working 100%? This one, is sometimes lacking material. Why do you think that might be? Apparently we've produced a bunch of critical photons. Go team. I think I might have switched some of these to no longer produce photons. Power generation. Yep. Is not the way that is supposed to work. Is there any way to tell visually at a glance whether it's doing powers or photons? Other than watch it produce a photon? To go one by one. You're producing power. Oh, you're not even connected to the... Okay, it's fine. It's allowed. Yet another one. Can't click it unless I'm closer. All right. That is the correct number of photon generators now to keep both of these supplied. He said, hopefully. We're going to want to turn some of the others into photon generation in order to start supplying antimatter sticks. But we also need to be making other garbage. What is the other garbage we need in order to make antimatter sticks? Annihilation Constraint Sphere. And also titanium alloy. Which I don't think is in the system? That's fixable, though. Wait, that has to be in the system. We're trying to make green sticks in all kinds of places. Oh, yeah, okay, no problem. No problem at all. What about... whatever the hell this is. Annihilation Constraint Sphere. Ah! Using up more processors! Absolutely! Don't mind if I do. I somewhat mind if I do, actually. It's going to maybe be a bit of a problem. And particle containers. I didn't realize there was an additional way to make particle containers. Unipolar magnets. Fascinating. Fascinating. I don't think we've found any of those. So hopefully particle containers are in the system. Particle containers are being made here. But I don't know if particle containers are in the logistics system. In fact, I suspect they're not. What is your problem? What do you need? Oh, you need rings, and you're not getting it. Oh, no. Local ring supply minimal. Bad news. That's alright. We're pretty high on magnets for now. That will not last, I am sure. Alright, and you folks... you are being made, but not put back into the system. Because you're just being funneled directly into the strange matter makers. I see. And this is presumably ratioed correctly. One must assume prior correct math. Otherwise, one goes insane. All right. Well, I guess that means we request mats and make more, so as to put these bad boys into the system. How many of these do I need to be making? It looks like pretty much one of these will feed one of these. And how many ray receivers need to be making critical photons in order to support one of those? 12 critical photons? That's 6 critical photons, isn't it? 6 critical photons every 24 seconds? No, it's even. So that's 12 critical photons every 24 seconds. How many is 6 a minute? 12 every 24 seconds. I don't want to have to do this math. Six a minute is 1 every 10 seconds. 1 every 10 seconds. And I need 12 every 24 seconds. 1 every 10 seconds is 2 every 20 seconds. So I need 12 ray receivers generating critical photons in order to support 1 antimatter stick maker. Brutal. Is that even like a reasonable trade? 12 of these bad boys? That could be 12 times 15. How much power do these things generate? 15. $12 times 15 is 130. No. Is 180. 12 times 15 is 180. 10 times 15 plus 30. That is how I did that math in my head. And these things power these things. Artificial stars. So I need 2 artificial stars being powered in order to account for the loss in power from ray receivers generating photons instead of generating power. How long does a stick of antimatter power an artificial star? Can I reasonably figure this out without looking stuff up? I feel like I cannot. I feel like I don't get to have this information. Hey, Cryptomancer, how's it going? Alright. Do I just do it and see? I guess I could just make 1, right? Steal enough of the mass in order to make exactly 1 and see how long it provides power. 12 of each of these. Boosting for science, I appreciate it. Science is one of the many reasons to boost. Just pick up the last piece of hydrogen, thank you. Now I need an assembler. And the assembler needs to make these things. Oh, I'm glad I can control-click in the inventory and it'll send everything in. That's good. You can't take green sticks, right? Not that I have green sticks in my inventory. Wow, I'm almost out of power, aren't I? Bad news. Wrong fuel type. Okay. As expected. You built a Dyson sphere with a huge power output of 7.87 gigawatts. And antimatter fuel rods from star power, activating your first artificial star. It rotates so gracefully, yet burns so intensely. This spectacle surely means that you've truly harnessed the stars, and can stably transport this energy to all corners of the universe. Alright, so this is making 72 megawatts. .2 gigajoules. So in theory, we should get 72 megawatts for 100 seconds out of an antimatter fuel rod. Which I think is a good ratio. Right? Assuming I have something even resembling the correct amount of math there. So if I am taking 150 megawatts in order to supply 2 of these every 30 seconds, 180. I'm stealing 180 megawatts from the system in order to supply 2 antimatter fuel rods every, call it 30 seconds. And if a single antimatter fuel rod supplies 72 for 100 seconds, then 2 for 30 seconds, 2 every 30 seconds is... six every 100 seconds, which is more than 180 megawatts of power. Alright. Napkin math that is probably an order of magnitude wrong says this is worthwhile. God, Lena Rain is such a good artist. Alright, so where am I stealing the power in order to make this work? We still doing that up here? Are we doing that at the other pole? We could do it at the other pole. What does the other pole look like? Nothing's happening out here. Also, I need to adjust this in order to account for my newfound slightly more optimized ray receiver placement. Except I didn't save that blueprint, so I guess not. I don't understand how I didn't save the blueprint. How is that even possible? Like, I know I put all the settings in it. Did I just not hit the save button afterwards? Am I that bad? Probably am that bad. Alright, whatever. I think we just keep stealing power from up here, because this is where we're doing everything else. Almost all of my production is on this hemisphere. We might as well put more production on also this hemisphere. And the way this is going to work is I am going to need an ILS, because I need to also make particle containers here, because we're not making particle containers anywhere else. Particle containers not currently in the system. And that's fine? Question mark? Unclear if that's fine. Where am I doing this? Where am I doing the work is always the hardest question to answer. Suppose it doesn't really matter. We can do this work almost anywhere. It's just a matter of converting... what? 12 of these? We need to convert 12 of these into photon generation in order to do the thing that I want to do? Is that what we said? 10 of these? I think we said 12 of these, which is how I got to 180. And then 12 of these should feed 6 stars. Which is a better ratio. Alright. I think maybe I do this on the other pole. Oh, I need to handcraft the stupid... I've done this to myself. I need to handcraft the logistics vessels, don't I? I don't think we have logistics vessels in a box somewhere. If I was smart, I would have logistics vessels in a box right next to where I have logistics drones in a box. And I know where I have logistics drones in a box. That's right here. Logistics drones. Box. It does not look like I have said vessels also available. Which means I've got some work to do. Can make 10? Good, make 10. 10 is the right number. Oh, I'm gonna need a... How many particle accelerators am I gonna need to be able to do this? Particle colliders. Colliders? Is that the thing that does the thing? Which does the thing? Photons to other photons? Here. Particle collider, yep. This makes 1 a second. One a second is more than enough. Right? I need 1 every 2 seconds. I need half a second. Cool. So we have particle collider. Particle collider. How do I get alloy? Help. Help. There is at least one of these towers that has alloy in it. I could not for the life of me remember which one. Oh, it's the one over here that's making green sticks. Yeah. Nice. Alright, so we've got one of these. And it is feeding. Literally one assembling machine? I think it's literally one assembling machine. And the assembly machine also needs to be fed other things. But let's build this in such a way that it is scalable. And then we have the ILS, basically building constraint spheres and supplying alloy. So we have you out here. You are going to need a very slight amount of titanium alloy. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. Where does this come from? Here we go. I guess I can give you these things. And then all of the other things that we need to do here. Which is make constraints. Which is also make particle containers. Even amounts of everything. Alright. So constraints need particle containers. And constraints need processors. And then this is going to be outputs. Alright, so you also need to be requesting these bad boys. Again, not that many. This is going to be particle containers. Which I think we just need the one assembler making. But as usual, try and make it scalable. Particle containers. So this is a tiny amount of graphene. And then we're going to need copper. And turbines. Cool. Is this reasonable? Feels reasonable. I have yet to determine why this isn't reasonable. This and this and that. Oh. Well then. This is going to be a hassle to do off of one row of thing. I mean, as it stands, I can do this, and it looks like it'll catch everything. But I'm not going to build, like, one of these per thing. So, this for now is fine. Probably. And then I need to build 6 of these bad boys? Unfortunately, I just had all of this stuff on hand. Just randomly hanging on to hundreds of quantum chips in my inventory? I wonder why I would do that. Ooh, I don't like that. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't suppose I can... Ah, nice. That's easier. You need to start doing this. Gonna need sorters out. I'm going to need to connect this to power, like this. Looks like work is occurring. My favorite. I love it when work is occurring. And then... need to start putting these boys down. Collide with other objects. And do you need sorters, or do you just need the belt to just go straight in? You need sorters. Alright. These two are connected. Good enough. Oh, haha. More sorters? More sorters necessary? Yeah, okay. Granted. Do it. Do it. Start it. Start it. And then the moment these start running, we should be in a much better place. Lack of item. Terrible. I suppose. Hopefully they're it looks like they are providing power to their own sorters, which is good. I don't need to... Hey, things is happening. Look at them go. Here, you can have a stick as well. And now we have power. Ladies and gentlemen, we have power. This is backed up. This is backed up because it's not outputting hydrogen fast enough. Alright, well then... let's do that. Hopefully that fixes things. Again with the lack of... No, finally. Less lack of item now. Is it making them and they're just immediately being picked up by this? Oh, yeah. Okay. Still working on making more of these, but this is enough power. As long as this thing is keeping up. Looks like it's keeping up pretty well. I mean, these need to fill up their capacity before they'll allow it to move on to the next one, which kind of blows. Like, I can't set this number to be more or less than some other number. Like, I wanted to automatically hold on to maybe 1 or 2 sticks instead of, you know, 10 sticks, but it is what it is. And it'll get there in time, I think. This is burning through maybe 1 stick in the time it takes this to produce like 10 sticks. Hopefully in the time it takes this to produce 12 sticks, since that should account for 6 of these things. Anyway, I think we can leave this as is. It is doing a thing. I'll stick the other stars here. And eventually I'm going to have another star in my inventory that'll go here also. But that's good for now, maybe. Call that having done antimatter sticks. Are my processors moving these days? Purple looks like it's doing okay, right? Processors look like they're moving. They're actually building up a decent chunk of buffer here. Which means my next step is getting rockets off planet. Ladies and gentlemen, it may be time to finally write my name on a star. Where are we going with these rockets, by the way? I guess I should figure out what has good luminosity near me. If there are any stars near me with good luminosity. Or if we're just going really far out and picking the star with the best luminosity, even though it may be far away. Because there's also the question of, like, how much value we're actually getting. Like, if I really wanted value, we gotta go out to, like, here? Which of these stars are good? Like, I can see the B-type stars are better than what I have. Neutron star is garbage. O-type star, is that good? 2.5. Isn't it like a Roy G. Biv system? Is there an R-type star? How does luminosity work? Cryptomancer, how does luminosity work? What do I want? I know Bs are good. I know Bs are better than what I have, which is an M. Gs appear to be pretty bad. There's got to be something better than B. A? A is mediocre. F? F also mediocre. O is what I'm looking for. And M is garbage. So B's are okay, but if I can find an O, that's good. Saw an O somewhere here. Here's the O. Oh yeah, the luminosity here is 2.5. Each has its range for luminosity, small and giant. Was that good or bad? I think we have just the one O, which is super far out. So maybe we'll just do a nearby B instead of going all the way out to the O. Because there are B's that are nearby. Woo! We got lots of planets here, don't we? Three, two, one. Pretty standard planets, though. Planet Gobi, Sakura Ocean, Rocky Salt Lake, Barren Desert. Jeez. Just means they aren't on a strict scale of an O-type being more luminous than a B-type. I see. In this game, it seems to be pretty standard, actually. The O's are definitely more luminous than the B's. And the B's are more luminous than the A's, etc. I mean, there's still some variation within classes, but, like, the B's are 1.5, 1.7, and the O is 2.5, so it's a pretty big difference. Lava planet. I want construction area. I want to know what the construction area is like. Alright, anyway. At minimum, I'm going to need to take an ILS with me. I should pack up the rockets here. The rocket firers. Also, we got one more of these here. And this should be able to support all of them. And then the last thing we do is set up a storage thing. So when I need power, I can take licorice with me instead of candy apple. Maybe I just take some anyway? We're about out of the deuterium fuel rods here anyway. Let me leave this in place, and I will come back to it once I have finished gathering my requisite materials. This is good. You should just take everything in my inventory that you can use, because I don't want it. I probably want these. Call that good for now. Looking good so far. Pretty happy with these results. And then this is going to fill up eventually. Good. Let's go grab some rockets. Rockets and or rocket firers. Y'all. No demand. Accurate. And then we build a new ILS here, I think. Because this one does not have room to hold rockets. That's sad. And you hold carrier rockets. Speaking of holding carrier rockets, have some carrier rockets. Where's the litter? Show me the litter. Oh no, where's the litter? It has to be right here. Is it trapped underneath the tower or something? Is that a thing that can happen? Where is the litter? Oh no. I am distressed. I don't even know what got littered. Alright, new plan. Picking up the tower. Actually, addendum to new plan. We are putting all of these into here. And then we're picking up the tower. And that does not appear to have affected anything regarding litter, which I think means we just destroy the litter. Which makes me feel very, very bad. However, kind of was my only option. Alright. As you were. You are also going to need very slight amounts of green. Local demand. I don't have any tower that's... I don't think I have any tower that is supplying warpers. Which means I think we're going to use this one to supply warpers. You turn green into warpers. Hello? Thank you. And then if a tower needs warpers, the tower can request from this tower. And that's good. Probably. Hopefully. I don't know, man. And I cannot make any of these because I am short... what? Probably titanium. I think I need 100 titanium to make 10 of these. I need 100 titanium plus... I need 200 titanium alloy. So let's steal 200 titanium alloy. Also, take this green garbage out of my inventory. Why am I holding on to it? How did you decide this was a good idea? 4. Because I have insufficient turbines? Am I just supposed to be holding on to turbines now? Doesn't seem like the life I want to be leading. But okay, where am I making turbines? I know I have like a stamped production facility somewhere. Here you go. Give unto me the turbines. There we go. Now I can press this button. Good. Progress. I'm going to need to do that again. For whatever additional facility. Oh, also, I'm going to need like a giant ton of these. So, you know, we just press this button until I run out of things. I ran out of things. And then purple's causing problems again. Why? Purple! Give me another chunk of these. A little bit more. And also a chunk of these? So I can make more ray receivers? 5? It's not what I want to see. I think I just need more processors on hand. Which that makes me uncomfortable also. Alright, let's steal some processors. Not from you. Where's purple? Here's purple. You should be able to give me lots of processors. Some. So why is purple not working? This demands investigation. It's not affecting science. Or white science, rather. Oh, is it because I'm backed up? No. We're not getting enough of these. Because we're not getting any plastic. Why are we not getting any plastic? Oil is here. Plastic is here. Plastic is being prioritized towards organic crystals. Do I need more plastic makers? Do I actually need more devices making plastic in order to supply the things I need to supply? That might be the case, actually. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wee, whoa. Well, that's good. That'll use some more of my refined oil. Alright. Excellent. If I were to do this, 1, 2, 3, out to here. What's up, Digital Banana? How's it going? To here. Which means to there. And this looks like an input. What are you colliding with? What? How are you colliding with your own buddy? Alright. And you will, of course, need power. Nice factory complex. Thank you. Thank you. It's alright. It's alright. Everything's still powered now? Looks good. What are... You're not doing anything? Why? Oh, I see. The problem isn't just more chemical makers. The problem is I'm not getting... Graphite? Ugh. I'm not getting graphite. Well, that's problematic. I enjoyed this game. They say is a very addicted game. Yeah, absolutely, buddy. I am very addicted as well. Pretty standard is my understanding. Well then. I'm gonna have to actually get on out there and exploit some more coal. That's a thing that hasn't happened in a while. Alright. Where is there coal patches that I haven't, have not sufficiently exploited? Hey, check it out. It's a coal vein. That's gonna become graphite. Like you. You're already graphite. Good news. That is a correct amount of graphite. Well, it's as much as we can get out of that. But there was another coal vein out here. Right? Not making it out. I did see more coal. Somewhere. Here. Can I feed you into this thing? Oh, I sure cannot. Okay. Where can this coal go? Here? Great. It's a deal. Alright, coal, prepare to be exploited. No, grab it all, thank you. 8, 7, 7. 14, that's 22. That means there's another coal vein here that I'm not actually grabbing. This one. Oh. Eight, 8, 7. Perfect. Perfect. And then, how does this work? How does smelting graphite work? Graphite takes in 1 a second and outputs. Okay. So we can have 6 smelters and that'll output half a row. So I have a blueprint for that specifically? No, I have a graphite power blueprint. That's a different thing. Alright, I'll just use the default smelting output thing and not worry about it. Doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to work. And we know this works. Also, we're going to need 1 more of these. This will go here. And then here, I think, right? Yes. This is awkward. We can do better than that. If the splitter is going to go here, then the other one can go here. And I can feel good about that. Yes, much better. Sure, this'll work. You connect there, you connect there. We make you all produce graphite. We make sure we actually have enough sorters. That'll be enough sorters. We connect the outputs. Actually, this can go to here. Because this can connect here. Then can connect there. And now you are supplying graphite. Happy birthday. I know this is what you've always wanted. Lack of item. Brutal. Alright, cool. Now we have slightly more graphite in the system, maybe. Soon. Go, smelters, go. Provide. The factory must grow. So, what's your story, Digital Banana? You into this game too? I'm assuming you are. I would have to assume that most people watching this game on Twitch are into this game. Alright, so that then should cause an increase in plastic eventually. Might take a little bit of time for this to start showing results. should eventually start showing results. The graphite is flowing. Is there a sufficiency of graphite? Answer, still no. And this might be why. That'll help. How much graphite does this amount of, how much do you need? 3 of them needs 1 a second. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So a full belt should actually be enough graphite. As long as that belt remains full. Which hopefully means we now have an overabundance of plastic. That would be ideal. That would be a situation I would be pleased to see. Because then I can get back to worrying about my rockets. Stop worrying about plastic. Alright, plastic is going. Still being prioritized for the organic crystals, which I'm okay with. The organic crystals do need to be prioritized to make sure the yellow keeps flowing. But the purple appears to be flowing sufficiently. Not quite yet. Is there anything else that's requesting plastic? It's just this one, right? Where else is the plastic going? Plastic must be going somewhere. Or maybe we're just not producing enough of it. Maybe we're just still not producing enough of it. Follow this goddamn thing. Where is the plastic going? Here? No way. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, it's just all going here. It's just doing it incredibly slowly. Really? This is where I have the... This is how I have the plastic moving around? This is so poor. Why don't I just belt? This is so... This is so wasteful. I could just... It's like 30 feet away. I could just put a belt there. But no, I guess we're using the logistics system instead. Alright, well... Fine. This feels like we need more plastic, though. I think we're going to add more plastic. This can go out to here. And still be supported. Probably. I believe this to be the case. I think it was there, which means here and here. Lack item. Lack in sorters. Looks like a sufficiency of graphite. Does it not? Oh, it does not? We are trying and not succeeding is what we're doing here. Okay, I need to go make more graphite again. Understood. Understood. Are there more spots on this planet where I can steal coal from? More coal veins that need to be exploited. Found one. This one is producing graphite. Good. Found one more. I think I still have coal veins that are producing power. And if so, that needs to be addressed. Yeah, like here. Not that it's producing much of anything, but that's graphite that could be used for more valuable purposes. Given that I am getting a lot of power out of the Dyson sphere. One that's like literally right here. Alright, whatever it is you're doing, stop. Cease. Rip out all the thermal plants? Exactly. Exactly. No more thermal plants, only graphite. Oh man, look at all this coal that's just been going untouched. Time to touch it. Is this green? Okay. Let's touch some coal, shall we? Running low on miners now, of all things. It's alright. A mere touch of a button, and behold. $788, I think. If we can get away with it. Cool. 887, that's exactly what I like to see. And then that's gonna have to connect to smelters like here or up here maybe is gonna be the easier way to do it because of where the water is. This requires less work. Requires more work. This just requires... Let's just put the foundation here. Let's just make this easier on myself. All right. How many more sorters am I short? A little bit. Can I get all of them on? I don't think I can. I think we have to do it this way. Of course, we're going to need some more of those. And also, of course, I did this backwards. Pointed sigh. Graphite? Yeah. So now the real question is, can we get you into here? Maybe. That's super ugly. I'll take it. Oh yeah, this is disgusting. Never looking at that again. Purple's starting to affect white. Bad news. Well, presumably purple's starting to affect white. I don't know what else might be affecting white. But I guess let's go find out. It's red? Red is the problem now? Is that because of graphite? Or is red always ready to be a problem? And I am just noticing now for the first time. It's probably because of graphite. But also, I'm okay with just stacking on a few more labs here and hoping that fixes the problem. Like, let's just have the science backed up, yeah? Alright, is purple still a problem? I mean, purple will always be a problem. But is plastic still a problem? And by plastic, I mean graphite. Is graphite still a problem? Looks like graphite is now becoming less of a problem. Finally, at long last. Good. That's at capacity. That's brilliant. That's the best news I've had all day. Okay. I can go back to thinking about rockets. Took a while. Alright, so thinking about rockets. Do I have an ILS? Yes. Do I have 10 logistics vessels? Yes. I have the rockets in hand. The launching silos in hand. I have rockets available here. We are supplying rockets eventually. Got a chunk of rockets in the tower. That's great news. And the next step is to figure out where I am doing this thing. I think we decided on that one local blue star, right? And I've got some amount of ray receivers. We could have more ray receivers. Could have more ray receivers. Now I'm out of silicon. Unfortunate. Could steal more silicon. I don't know how many ray receivers is too many ray receivers. I'm just gonna do this till I run out of rainbows. which I have now run out of rainbows. Do I have planning permission from my local authority? Absolutely. It's been on display in the sub-basement of the Vogon ambassador diplomatic something for ages. Look, they knew it was coming, all right? If they wanted to dispute this, they should have put in a written request in triplicate for the last 50 years, exactly. Why is purple still not running? I've given you plastic, buddy. Trying to tell me I haven't given you plastic? I've given you plastic. I've given you some plastic, alright. Maybe I haven't given you plastic. It looks like it's running now. It's just catching up. Okay. Take it. This is the only one that's setting the alarm, and also the only one that's not running. Alright, well, good enough. Good enough. It's working now. So this is good. The next step is ejectors. Ejectors is also a next step. Because we're going to need sails to go along with these rockets. I don't know how many ray receivers is the correct amount of ray receivers. Also going to need to make a pile of ejectors. And maybe another tower. Probably another tower, TBH. I was gonna get steel. That's what I was gonna do. Here. Making ejectors until I have to start handcrafting things in order to make ejectors. Appears to be sufficient for now. Sure. Call that good? Call that good. What is this? Water? Sure. Alright, at least it's not in my inventory. Do a big zoom out here. Figure out where I'm going. I think we decided I was going here because it was close and B. It's got a lot of planets. I don't know which of these planets I'm doing anything on. Planet Volcanic Ash. Really? I think I just want any planet with a low amount of axial inclination. So I have less to worry about in terms of getting ejectors on the pole set up. Although a planet that's in tidal lock would be super good. But I don't think any of these planets are tidally locked. Looks like none of these planets are tidally locked. Too bad. So I guess we'll set it up on Sulafat 2. That seems reasonable. And then my, okay. So then the other thing I need to do before I head out is go copy my Ray receiver blueprint, because I forgot to do it before. Oh, and fill up on... We are completely out of candy. My poor mech has nothing to eat. Do we have any licorice available yet? Let's go see. Yeah, I mean, we've definitely had to do a lot of exploitation in order to get to the point where we're building Dyson spheres, so it's really unclear whether or not it's worth the value going into it. Yo. Check it out. Delicious licorice. We have finally progressed past candy apple lollipops. And now my mech can have delicious licorice. It must be a government contract. Yeah, probably. It's gonna take like a minute to get there. You know what? Just warp. Warping in system. Alright, this is my blueprint. This looks way better than whatever else I was doing. Yes. Buildings. Save blueprint. Here. Oh, the slashes mess it up. Okay. Delete blueprint book. Yes. Great. And it contains how many things? If I then go into my blueprint book and I look at the power flower slice, is 14 ray receivers. And it overlaps 4 ray receivers with the next slice. So that'll add another 10, then another 10, then another 6. So a full power flower is 14 plus 10 plus 10 plus 6. 14, 24, 34, 40 ray receivers. Reasonable. Guess I should make some more ray receivers. Oh god, I have to handcraft rainbows. We're going back home. As soon as I figure out where home is. I guess home is wherever the sun is, which I could have probably figured that one out. That'll do. Let's go find some place to steal rainbows from. Are rainbows in the logistics system? That would be convenient. That would be a big deal. I don't think they are. I think I just have to steal them from wherever I'm making sales. Well, you're not even running? What? Why are you not running? Because sales are no longer being made. Because you're not getting materials. Because we are out of triangles. Because we're running out of glass. Because we're running out of stone. Alright, I understand. I think we fix this thusly. What? Can I just... Not easy to do. What? Connect to the goddamn thing. What do you mean slope too steep? How dare you? Is it too high? There we go. Collide with other objects. It worked the other way. It worked the other way, but not this way. The sphere is looking pretty spherical. Yeah. We've put in a lot of work here. Look at it. I mean, there's still definitely some sales to fill in, but all of the infrastructure is there. All of the support structure is there. It's really expanding. Feeling pretty good about it. Alright, so what I'm hearing is that I need to move this splitter. This is what I wanted. However, that means we need to do this. Alright, now we should be feeding these a little bit better. We don't have any triangle makers slacking off, so that's good. Which means rainbow makers should be doing actual work. I think I need to alarm this one also. My last solar sail maker. So if the rainbow makers are slacking, we'll find out. Need to be alerted whenever this occurs. Meantime, looks like we're actually there. Assuming this is ratioed out correctly, looks like we're actually there. Unfortunately, this doesn't let me steal rainbows like I wanted. Do I have rainbow manufacture somewhere else? Another one of those situations where I really, really wish I had the ability to search the logistics system. Or, like, a way to tag the map. That would be cool. I'd like to be able to, like, from planetary view, slap down an overlay and be like, rainbows, sails. Otherwise, I'm reduced to clicking every single tower like a chump till I find the materials I need. And only if I never find the materials I need do I then know that I need to create the materials somewhere else. This is working, which has me absolutely thrilled. And we're way high on power as a result, which is great. It's nice to know that the math on that worked out. That was actually worth doing. I'm fairly sure I don't have rainbows being made anywhere else. And I'm also fairly sure I don't have rainbows in the system. Which maybe means that I need to find some stone and put rainbows into this system. Maybe. Like, is there a better way to do this? There might be a better way to do this. Not entirely sure I know what that better way is. What is your problem? You don't have an output. Whoa, you just flat don't have an output. Wow. How long has this been going on? Jesus. He's been sitting here forever, not outputting. My God. They've been like this for... This has to be like a minimum of 20 hours of gameplay. These oil refineries just sitting here not outputting. Wow. Just wow. Where else am I making glass? Alright, here's how this is gonna work. Where else am I mining stone? That will tell me something. Glass. Yo, I did it. I found it. There's more rainbows. They're just not in the logistics system. They're just making sails. I mean, sails are good. But it's not exactly what I was looking for. I thought I had this out here somewhere. Okay, good. It's still not enough. This is having the same problem as the other place. Which is a lack of stone, I suppose? I've got 2 full stone patches working on it. And we've still got, like... No. The problem is not glass or stone. The problem is prisms? Is this not ratioed correctly? Should be ratioed correctly. 3 of these need 2 a second. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah. So this should be exactly. Oh, but this isn't outputting because of positioning. This is sometimes just sitting there and not outputting. Likewise, this one. Okay. So maybe if I do this, that'll help. Yes, now we actually have a full belt outputting. Minor fixes, but sometimes that's what you need. Never know exactly how the belts are going to work. Alright. And now we have these two functioning the way they're supposed to. We basically just, like, only had 4 of the 6 running. No wonder this wasn't working. Alright, so that should, again, improve sale production. Which, good. That's good. That's good. Is it enough? This isn't about sales. This was never about sales. This was about rainbows. Alright, I guess we're handcrafting some rainbows. Because I wanted to make ray receivers. Ugly. Maybe I should just make a box of ray receivers. What do I need to make ray receivers? We're gonna need to do this again, and I'm gonna be just as mad. Wow, that is a lot of materials! What a hassle! What a hassle to have to put all that together. Definitely easier to do it by hand once. But if you want to do it 40 times, by hand is not easier. Big chunks of garbage. Why am I holding on to solar sails? Can we... I don't think that ever needs to be in my inventory. Likewise, all these graviton lenses. Where did those go? Who wants some graviton lenses? The problem is there's problems. They're accurate. Unfortunately accurate. Are these graviton lenses going straight into... They are. Here, have some lenses. Now they're not in my inventory. Now you get to deal with the problem. I guess overabundance of a thing isn't really a problem. I'm just gonna fly in circles until I figure out what I want to do next. I think I want to make do with what I have. And go out into the world. Alright. Let's just get started. Where are you, Sulafat? Think we were going to Sulafat 2? Volcanic ash planet? Let's just go out to Sulafat. And let's just go out to the Sulafat system. And see what's happening. Sure, we can aim towards Sulafat 2. It seems as reasonable as anything else. Go! What's up, volcanic ash planet? How are you doing? Construction area, 98.5%. Beautiful. A little bit of silicon. Not a lot of silicon, but a little bit of silicon. Okay. Could probably use that. What do the rest of the planets around here look like? Sulafat 1, a little bit of silicon. With some lava around. Sulafat 3. Lots of silicon on Sulafat 3. Maybe Sulafat 3 is where we want to build up. Just so I have an excuse to mine out more silicon. Axial inclination is a little worse. So, like... axial inclination's a little worse. But not too bad. And it looks like it's arranged such that that's not going to cause seasonal problems. Which is good. Yeah, maybe we'll just set up shop over there. That seems fine. Less than Earth? Nice. Where is hello? Did I not set the thing? I did not set the thing. Now I have set the thing. Land on 15 different planets. Amazing. Alright. Let's pick a pole. One of these poles is going to be ejectors. And one of these poles... there we go. One of the poles is going to be ejectors, and one of the poles is going to be receivers. Now, there is not currently anything to receive, unfortunately. But there will be soon. Alright, and I believe I just want to make the largest radius possible here. With some amount of inclination. And then the longitude of AN shouldn't matter, I think, because the planet orbits anyway. So this isn't going to help, setting it one way or the other. But having a nice inclination is definitely going to help, so it's not flat. So it should be easier to shoot at. I'm still not exactly sure of, like, game mechanics-wise, what is optimal in terms of setting up a swarm orbit or a shell orbit. But I'm just going to go for a big radius and some amount of inclination, because that seems helpful. And then, based on whatever I'm doing here, multiple similar orbits without overlapping? Yeah, probably. That makes sense. I think longitude of AN I don't really know how to set meaningfully. So this is going to be my orbit. And if I set up an ejector here. Aiming at this orbit. And provided with a bare bones of power. Pitch angle -18. And I'm wondering if that's because I'm on the wrong pole? Or if that's because of... Like, I think that it feels like this should be set up such that a pole should always be able to fire. But if my pitch angle here is -18, that means it wants to fire lower than it can. So I should probably set this up on the other pole. I mean, I could just leave this here, right? I have more of all of these things. And this looks like it'll hit. That's seasonal, though. You'll get that half the year. Is that true? Because, like, I can kind of see where the orbit is for the planet, right? And won't this pole always be on this side of the ecliptical? And I think where it's aiming on the swarm orbit is the Earth's. I have no idea. This is an element of orbital mechanics I'm unfamiliar with. The planets orbit around the pole. The planets rotate around the poles, right? Like the pole is a central axis that the planets rotate around. Does the planet also, like... Do the poles move relative to the planet's rotation? I don't know. I don't actually know the answer to this question. I assumed the answer was no. Right, so if you look at the tilt on this, the tilt is directly in line with the orbit. It's also not tilted much, which is a reason, like a reason to build on this planet. I guess I can assume then that sometimes the pole will be further away from the planet or the sun. Like, okay, I totally get that if, for example, the axial inclination was such that the pole was aiming straight at the sun, then that would mean that as the planet went through its orbit, the planet stays the planet stays still relative to the universe. It's just moving around the sun. Right? Like, if this is the sun and this is the planet isn't doing this, right? The planet is doing this. Does that make sense? Is that right? Is that even visible based on what I'm doing? Anyway, we're gonna set up shop here. And if it ends up only working half the year, it ends up only working half the year. Set this up a little bit further away. Maybe set it up directly on one of these lines. And then figure out how I am setting up the rail ejectors. How am I setting up the rail ejectors? You are requesting sales? Remote demand? Are they being sent to you? The rail senders might not have warpers. You are also going to request warpers, my friend. And then you get ships. And you get these. We're going to have to give you power. The axial precession is not the same as its orbital period. Oh, this is going to take some reading. Alright. Starting with this. This is now aiming at 2. Alright, this is a beginning. I didn't bring any sails with me, god damn it, I am dumb. Needs to be not directly in line, but slightly over, so as to provide power to the next one. And also, we need to connect here. Alright. Everything is in theory connected. I guess I'll siege you with some warpers, because you're going to need them in order to acquire the things. And for now, the source of power I have access to Is it thermal? Do I just provide some wind and it'll never work for the longest time, but eventually it'll start working? This feels like a mistake. Overloaded. No kidding. No power. Yeah, alright. Granted. Like 1,000, and you really do not want that many warpers. You want 1 truckload of warpers eventually. And that will be sufficient. You can charge slower. That's probably okay. Not going to go through that many solar sails at a time. Still overloaded. What a surprise. You're going to be overloaded forever, my friend. I regret to inform you. This will eventually work, but it'll be really slow getting there. And then we'll set up the power flower on the other pole. Although, honestly, there needs to be more Dyson before an additional power flower, before a power flower is actually helpful. Which means we should probably set up some other source of power that's not wind. Because wind isn't good enough. I maybe want to set them up with antimatter. Because that is a decent amount of power for what I'm trying to do here. I could do thermal. We have coal here. Maybe we do that. Just to get things going. I have blueprints for this too. You need to be updated to show. Thermal power. Thermal power. From graphite. Save. A. Construction drones. Delightful. I'm working on an 8K now. That's good. It's an 18K. Ooh. What else did we finish? This is 18 also. Great. Cue it at the end. Going to need some smelters in order to make this work. Well, that's standard. Have some graphite. Really? How is that not enough smelters? Wild. Alright, this is a little bit more power. And if this is actually outputting... It's almost outputting 360 a minute. It's almost outputting 6 a second. Wow. Wow, it's so close. Okay, but that means it can almost support another one. Almost. But that'll be good enough. And now I need more sorters. Things I needed to craft more of earlier. Alright, this is still not a lot of satisfaction, but it's definitely more satisfaction than it had previously. And eventually, this will launch a rocket asking for sales, and then we'll have solar power. Well, we'll have Dyson power. Great. Cool. Alright, so that's launched, which is good. Now we start asking for carrier rockets. I'm going to do this slightly differently, I think. And send this out this way. Yeah. And start setting up silos. And remind me how this works again. Like this. If I were to set up a second one of these, like here, that would also be supported. This tower placement is like a little odd. Alright, and then for whatever reason, game mechanics-wise, my understanding is a bigger orbital radius on a shell is better. I have no idea what this means. I'm just going to leave it at 0. We're going to create the biggest shell layer I can. You got distracted watching Newt play Rogue Legacy 2 for the second time on stream. Dope. I'm happy to see more people getting into Rogue Legacy 2. That game's good. Oh, is that why bigger is better? Solely because you can fit more of the swarm into it? More solar sails? I don't think I care about that. Maybe I care about that. Well, whatever. We'll make a big one. We'll see if it matters. So here we go. Layer 2. And the very first thing I do is I write my goddamn name on it. And the way this is going to work... Did I build a smaller one already? This is an entirely new system. So the way this is going to work... is we're going to use blocks of 2... We're going to do 5 tall and 3 wide? Is that how this works? Like, that's a J, right? This is a new star system, but is this a new cluster? Oh, no. No, this is just a new star system. Can I use this? Yeah. Yeah. Can I actually get my full name like this? This is questionable. This is only 4 tall. I may have made a mistake here. Is this gonna work? Looks like it. Do I want it readable on the dark side or the lit side? I don't know how to answer that question. I'm just gonna keep writing until I run into a problem. Two out. Yeah. Yeah. Great. All right. So this is working. From the lit side is like the interior, right? That's... I don't think that matters. Is this recognizable as an M? Do I need to go 5 wide? It's an H? No, the H would be if it's in the middle. I've seen 3x5 pixel fonts. How do you make a readable M in a 3x5 pixel font? 3x5 pixel font. I'm not sure if I'll have room if I go 5 wide. I mean, this is how you make an M. It's just not super readable. Oh, I guess if I make it both of these are filled in, is that more obviously an M? Like, I could do this. Was that more obvious? Still not good, is it? That's an H. You're an H! Probably needs to be 5 wide. Which means I need to clear all of this. Less H-like, but not more M-like. Okay. It's a fair criticism. You know, it's too bad. If my name didn't need an H in it, I could actually do this. But M's are like the most awkward letter in this kind of font. Maybe make the top of the J thinner. I can't do that. That's literally impossible. And I don't mean that as a joke. Like, I only have... I have pixels to work with. My pixels are 2x2. I mean, this could be 3 wide on top. And then I'm just not using the full 5x5 of the grid that is available to me. I'm going to look up a 5x5 pixel font. This is absolutely the most difficult thing I have been asked to do in this game. Although this lets me make a thing sticking up here if I wanted to. There's a lot of pixel fonts that are available. There's apparently 4x5 fonts that I could use. I just gotta find a font that I like. M's are just fatter than J's. Yeah, I'll probably hook the bottom left up. I want to find a font that I like, and then I'll just copy that. This isn't bad. This one isn't bad. This is sufficiently pixely. The J's a little weird, but I can work with this. Okay, so then this has me doing something a little bit different if I follow this font, which I'm not opposed to. I'm just going to erase all of this, start over. Alright, so the way this looks with the J specifically is like this. Down to here. Is this reasonable? This is also a pretty awkward J. I think I want it to be a complete hook. Like, I think I don't want the rounded corners. But this is, like, weird. Right? This is weird? Like, why not just do this? Certainly like this better. But then maybe I just make the thing 5 wide on top? I don't know. I still wish I could do a 3x5. It's just the M is awkward. Maybe there's a good 4x5 font? I feel like J in a 4x5 is also going to be terrible. My options are so poor. Alright, let's just go with this for now. And then I can still just look the same. I doesn't need to change. Why are you not letting me fill this in? There we go. And then the M is just going to be wider. So that's 4, 5. We need 5. Does the M need to go all the way down? I think the M does, in fact, need to go all the way down. That's super weird. Short, stubby middle leg M? Not okay. Does the M need the rounded edges? Maybe the M needs the rounded edges. Is this reasonable? This is awful. How do you make a goddamn M? Oh, it needs to, I get it. I screwed it up. I mean, there's a variety of ways to make a goddamn M. What we need is this. And then it needs to actually not do this either. This kind of works. And then I can knock out these middle supports. Looks like an M, right? Does it need to connect in the middle here? I think I don't like this one either. I mean, it reads like an M, right? You know that's an M. Middle connect might help. Thinking about it. No, that's terrible. I'm just gonna go with it. We're gonna move on. T's are easy. H's, easy. E's may be troublesome, but still probably pretty easy. I am gonna hate the R. It's true. Set myself up for failure here. Am I gonna have enough room? This is, maybe. I'm maybe gonna have enough room. I'm also not looking forward to the N. I think the N is going to be a problem as well. No, this is fine. We'll just have to stick to 3x5 for most of the letters. And if it's not readable at 3x5, we'll make it wider. Yeah, E is fine. Do I make this longer? I've never had to think so hard about fonts in my life. Why? I feel like this is not one of my strengths. Am I happy with this or do I want to make it longer? What does it look like longer? Is this better? Is that more obviously an E? Does it scan? I mean, they're both E's. I guess if I'm not too worried about it either way, then I do the shorter one. I think I do the shorter one. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. I think I like that better. I definitely didn't plan this out to see if I had enough room beforehand. That 100% did not happen. T's are easy. We already know how to make T's. Excuse me? Build and maintain 100 ray receivers with a receiving efficiency of over 85%. Yo, cool. Take that. Now another E. Alright, would you play a calligraphy game? Should a game explicitly about calligraphy exist, would you play that game? I have friends that I absolutely know would. I have friends who would be very seriously into calligraphy game. Alright, now we gotta think about R's. So, what does R look like? First off, we make a P. And then we give it another leg. That's it. That's how R's look. Hang on. How am I making a P? I think P's need to be 4 wide. A P is like an F, only with a thing like this. Is that a P? Maybe a P is 3 wide? Maybe a P is just like this? Is this a P? Times New Roman versus Impact. I'm not exactly sure how that would look, actually. Font deck builder game. No nodes allowed in the shell. Oh, I can't do holes? Ooh. That's problematic. So what you're telling me is my P has to look like this? Don't like that. Alright, well, in that case, this is probably my R. I don't need a P. Oh, I think I cut this corner out too, to make it more obviously rounded. Leave the hole in, but leave it open on the left-hand side. Oh, that's smart. That's smart. Thank you. I like that. And then I don't have to cut the corners on this side. That feels a lot better, actually. That kind of looks like an A. So maybe I do need to cut this block out. This looks real stylistic. It does kind of scan as an R, but it's a little weird. I think I still need to cut this out. Does that work? It doesn't need to be 3 wide, right? It could be 4 wide or 5 wide if that makes it easier. Like if I make it a little wider, is that better? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is move this over and extend the loop. And I'm not sure if that's good. I'm gonna try this. Try this. Is that weird? That's kind of weird. If I do this, this also needs to be over. Then I could do something like this. This is better. Think the hole needs to be smaller? There's not really a way to make the hole smaller, though. It's part of the problem. Alright, and then the N just needs to be 5, because the N, like the M, is ugly and a problem. What did I do here? Something is not right. Something was, in fact, not right. There. So I hate the N and the M, but at least they exist. And are obviously those letters. A is going to be a struggle, too, if I can't close the center. I guess A is just 4 wide, and there's a gap. I might actually be... This is going to get really, really close. I think I do it like this. Made an A trying to make the R. I kind of did. think it looks something like that? Is that awful? It scans? That feels like an A. I'm gonna go with it. I did it. I think this is as good as it's gonna get. There's not enough room for an exclamation mark. There's not enough room for an exclamation mark. There's barely enough room for the L. Cool. Can't believe this worked. I can't believe we finally did this. It's, some concessions had to be made to the system, but for the most part, it looks okay. Yeah, now it's time to start sending rockets. So do you feel like you're powered here? Remote demand. And you send to 2. Whoa, not open editor. That's not what I wanted at all. I want you. Oh, you just send. You don't have to think about where you are sending. You just send. Great. Build my tribute to myself across the sun for my amusement. That is exactly right. That is 100% correct. Alright, and now that we are requesting... Yeah... That's right. Oh. Okay. Can it connect? No, it collides. I'm out of... Oh boy. That needs to connect there. And this needs to connect here. Really? That doesn't connect, huh? That's unfortunate. That's too far away. Sad story. Alright. Oh, we found our pitch limit, you guys. That's unfortunate. But there are some solar sails out there. Alright, let's start building the power flower. So does that mean that you're in range now? You are in range now. But we're going to need power. So, I guess we're just out of solar sails for now. And there's not a lot of generation available here. But this is what this looks like. And I think I just pick up a bunch of them and leave that there. And we're over requesting, but hopefully not for too much longer. Oh, this is so unreadable. That's better. It looks like it's 3 squares and a bit. So 1, 2, 3 and a bit. 1, 2, 3 and a bit. 1, 2, 3 and a bit. 2, 3. One, two, three. 2, 3. Is there like a long-range power pole that I could use? Like the satellite substation, does that connect at longer ranges? Because that might be a good reason to use those instead of Tesla towers. I can't wait to show this to Unimatrix. He's going to be so mad at me. I'm so excited. Alright, well, this still isn't good. But it's maybe better than we had. Oh, this is still backed up. I could support even more thermal. Interesting. I guess it's about how fast the graphite's used up, not about how fast I can make the graphite. How's the rocket doing? We're fully charged here. That's good. How goes the process? Check it out. Can't wait till this gets filled in. It's going to be a bit of a process, but it is in fact what I wanted it to be for the most part. It's exciting. Slowly gonna get filled in over time. Ego much. I made this joke like 3 streams ago, and people have been egging me on since then. I don't have a choice, alright? I'm just doing what my public demands. Anyway, once the vanity sphere is done, we'll build an actual sphere. But for now, this is what this is gonna look like. Launch them rockets, baby. And then And this is going to get better and better and better over time as we generate more power, which is exciting. You were unaware? I'm sorry. But now I have made you aware. Now you know. And knowing is half the battle. Alright, we gotta go assess what is going wrong with science, because something has gone wrong with science. And it wouldn't surprise me if the something that has gone wrong with science is a lack of materials. In which case, we're going to have to provide more materials. Which maybe means we just start providing more materials, huh? Maybe we just immediately go in with the providing more materials? For example, silicon, that seems like a material that should be provided. Let's provide some silicon. And then we'll go back and check and see what's going on. You. Now you are providing silicon. I hope you don't mind. Six, 7, 7? Is that reasonable? Is that a thing we can do here? Good enough. And then, as awkward as this is, I think we do it this way. Lack of material. We're out of iron. Oh, because we're out of rings. Garbage. Alright, well, at some point we'll come back. Literally out of iron. Mistakes, mistakes. Is there iron on this planet? Can I just mine some iron in order to make my splitters? And also belts, which I don't have? Jesus Christ. I'm way out of materials. Alright, we gotta remember this place. Science is just not going at all? Yikes. Alright, well, we're gonna leave this as is. The planet that I'm on is, Sulafat 3. Want to name it like Throne of the Gods or something? Just gotta remember to come back here. I'm gonna call it the Rocket Throne. So I remember that I was actually doing something here. Alright, great. And now, we gotta go home and figure out what's going on with the science. We come back here with more iron. And figure out the rest of it then. I definitely like the FTL in this game. Warping is fun. A little stressful, but fun. Alright, what is going on with the science? Where is the science? How is this planet arranged? Up here is the science. What has occurred to my poor purple producers? Is purple the problem? Purple is definitely the problem. And purple is the problem for why? Purple is the problem because we are out of Really? I was not expecting to run out of carbon nanotubes. Okay. Carbon nanotubes. You got it. Where are carbon nanotubes being provided? That's out here, isn't it? Aren't we making nanotubes over here where the graphene is? Why are we behind on nanotubes? We're very behind on graphene. Why are we behind on graphene? What is the problem with graphene? We're just actually need to produce more graphene? You just straight up need to add graphene producers. Wow. Freely admitted, I did not anticipate this turn of events. Okay. Well, if you need more graphene producers, you'll get more graphene producers. All right, here we go. Like, we just copy this setup, right? And I am going to need to make some additional chemical plants. Those look like chemical plants. And I need more steel and more iron. So let's take some of those. Gonna need that. And then any of these should have iron on them. Just grab some iron. Oh, and I need more belts. Haha. Okay, I know where belts are. I can just grab the box of belts. That is one of the reasons I came back in the first place. Yoink. God. What did you do to me? And we're going to need some of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. And then this is hydrogen. This is graphene. And this is fire ice. Did I not make the... Ah. I made one. But I was out of steel. Okay, I get it. You need to break down and get this game? You do need to break down and get this game. This game is a lot of fun. It is not Factorio. There are ways in which it is similar. Many of them. There are ways in which it was different. Some good, some bad. But overall, it is different enough that it is scratching the itch in a different way, which is nice. Man, so what's been pulling graphene that we were like negative on graphene? Pionodon. I don't actually know which mod pack Pionodon is. I don't think I've played that one. I mean, not that I've played many mod packs in Factorio, but What is the major selling point of Pionodon? Oh, I need to go grab more licorice sticks, too. Alright, so this is doing a thing. That's good. Does that mean that these are doing their thing more frequently? This is looking better. Why do I have coal in my inventory? I hate this. Get rid of this coal. Was it because of the red? No, red is fully produced. Red is doing fine. Where do I have a coal patch? Show me just any coal patch. Here we go. Thank you. It's overloaded? Really? Alright. Fair enough. I guess I added enough graphite to the system that we're, solid on graphite. Alright, this is now running, which is good. Does that mean that purple is now running? Purple is now running further. It's still not, like, running. But maybe soon? Oh, we're also requesting nanotubes from interstellar nanotube construction. I almost forgot that I was doing that. Pionodon is magnetic for the eternal masochist. Everything fails at simple and straightforward, while also being exactly that. Your best time from scratch to researching splitters is 6 hours. Alright! That sounds like it requires a lot of work. I've actually been playing off-stream a Industrial Revolution save file, which has been fascinating. This isn't doing anything, but maybe that's okay. It's not doing anything because the plastic consumer needs more nanotubes. Yet a different problem. What else needs nanotubes? Where are these nanotubes going? Nanotube. That's going to purple. That's going to purple. That's going to purple. That's going to purple. They're all going to purple? This one's not going to purple. Where is this one going? This needs nanotubes. What does this need nanotubes for? Oh, rocket frames needs nanotubes. Whoa, well, that's a struggle. Okay. I see. We ramped up on rocket frames, which is why nanotubes became a problem. Which I think means that we go resolve... We go get more nanotubes. Is what that means. But we can do that from space, is what I'm saying. Like, we don't do that here. We find, spiniform whatever the hell. These. And mine more of those. Which was on Asphodel 2, I think, where we started finding spiniforms. I think we've been mining them here. We could also mine them on 3, but that's going to take a lot of soil pile and foundation. That'll be a struggle for sure. It's far more complicated than vanilla. I agree. It's definitely been interesting. It's an entirely different approach, figuring out how Steam works and just building a lot of stuff with a burner mentality for like a good 3-4 hours in the beginning of the game. Like, you don't move into electricity for a while. It's kind of cool, to be honest. Alright, let's see if we can't get more out of Asphodel. I think is what we're going to do now. Unless we want to go somewhere else and do something similar. Do I think somewhere else has something similar? You got optical grading crystals over there. That's good? Question mark. I think this was the only spiniform place I saw. Anywhere nearby. There's some spiniforms over here on Al-Suhail. 9 light years away. It's not too bad. Damn, look at him go! Go, warpers, go! Warp your way to success! Backburner sporadic pies playthrough on stream? Maybe. I do like Factorio. And sometimes I'm looking for an excuse to get back into Factorio. That feels like a real thing. I don't know when. Oh, I needed to set it as my destination. I forgot to set it as my destination. Hang on, we're gonna do that again. Asphodel, you. Not the sun, the planet. Let's go steal a little bit more licorice for my mech. Gonna be overloaded fairly soon. I'm okay with that too. Yeah, here we are. Power's looking real good here. Nice. Yeah, this is gonna last me a goodly long time. Excellent. And power on the planet's doing okay? Yeah. Look at him go. Look at these suns go. And warp. Gotta make sure to go back out to the to Sulafat at some point. Cadre of multiplayer assistants. I'll believe that. I did have a good time with the multiplayer Factorio that we did on stream. Where is 2? This is the one I want. The real question is there more spiniform crystal on here than the ones I am mining? I think the answer is no. I think it's just this thing. And this is as much crystal as can exist. But we could probably plant... I guess this is a full belt worth, huh? Well, why let that limit me? We can always just plant another row and add another belt. That's not hard. How are we on power? Could be better. Not that I have any more of these. We'd have to add wind. This is a good planet for wind? This is a great planet for wind. Oh, I didn't come back with more rings. That is, in fact, a problem. Alright, so we want to make 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Another 12 chemical plants. It's a lot of chemical plants, actually. And then come back here with some rings so I can make electromagnetic power. And rearrange this so that we can actually just have 2 full rows of it coming in. As we work on this million spiniform stalagmite crystal vein. Or we start mining additional crystals on another planet. We could go to 3. I really don't want to. I really don't feel like messing around with that water world, though. That feels like a lot of work. I'm mining more than a belt worth. Yes. I am mining at least 2 full belts. 5. Yes, I am mining at least 2 full belts. So it's not hard to actually reset this and provide 2 full belts of 2 full Mark 1 belts, to be sure. I think I am mining barely more than a single Mark 2 belt. Which is, you know, the same thing, right? 2 Mark 1s is the same as 1 Mark 2. So we can just do 2 Mark 1s. We can do it. This can connect to a splitter, and then that can connect to another splitter. And we can provide 2 Mark 1s. But I need to come back with more power. Because I don't think I can grab from the logistics system without being on the planet. So let's head home again. Man, I should really have a pre-flight checklist for all the stuff that I need in wherever I am going. Goodbye, 4. Alright, where are my turbine makers? You. Give me some rings. What else do I need? Belt, I'm good. Rings, I'm good. Green chips? Green chips could use some work. Green chips, I'm good. Could stand to have a few more turbines. Iron, copper, silicon. I don't know how much actual just like raw silicon I need in my inventory, but I'll grab a little bit. I don't have magnets, but as long as I have magnetic coils and super magnets, I don't need raw magnets. I think. I believe. I'm pretty sure. Probably not a bad idea to make a few more of these while I'm kicking around figuring out what I'm doing. I apparently have titanium ore in my inventory. That doesn't seem necessary, but we're not mining titanium out here, so I'll just leave it. What else? What else? Rockets. Rockets can go. Take some rockets. Alright, that should be good. Back out again. I think I just directed myself directly to the sun. That's probably not going to work out well. We'll see. Rivals Graveyard Keeper with spinning plate babysitting. That's cool. I respect that. It's a nice feeling to not be waiting for something to finish. You just have to get in the habit of, like, if you are waiting for something to finish, then, make it finish faster. Like, scale. Scale it until it's done. It's 4. We need 3, we need 2. 2's up here. We do not need to be directed towards the star anymore, thank you. So what we're gonna do here is add a splitter. Pick up the splitter! My god! So this just goes straight into there. This goes into there. Oh boy. This now goes into here. And then we use the power of Greenbelt. And now we have another belt. Should go out to, like, here-ish. I think I want to provide... want to start off a little further out so the belt can... It's probably fine. It's probably fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Needs foundation. One, 2, 3, 4. So here. Oh. And it'll... Ah, that's problematic. What am I going to do about this? Because I want to start mining this eventually. Probably. Guess we just start further over and hope that works. This can go out here, and then up and over. so if I do this... to there for now. Non-Euclidean linearity needed for belt geometry. Yeah, belt geometry is a mess sometimes. We could start doing this, is the other thing we can start doing. Oh, this has them backwards. Haha. Let's try that again. In, out, yep. And then start adding power. Right. Can't go north. Well then. Excuse me? Ah. Yeah, okay. Couple more. One more, probably. Alright, well that's not, like, perfectly ratioed here. It's not consuming this full belt. But it is generating more carbon nanotubes, which is what I wanted. So we'll leave that as is, I think. Ugh. Yeah, I just had the inserters facing the wrong way. Easy fix, though. Easy fix. Probably gonna want other stuff from here eventually. But for now, I can head back to Sulafat, where I am trying to do exactly that thing. To the rocket throne! Now that I have materials. Damn, those licorice sticks provide a lot of power. I'm into it. Should have started on them earlier, clearly. Remember that for next time. Where is the problem? Show me the problem. Going to need some more of these. Maybe just one more hit of these, apparently. And going to need some sorters. Sorry, splitters, which are different from sorters. Also going to need sorters. Apparently. Green to connect. You connect up, and this is silicon smelting. Smelt it, baby. Is that right? That is not right. Collide with other objects. Alright. Fix it. You join in, upgrade here. Rockets are launching. Power is being provided. Sails are even starting to go out in the shell. Beautiful. I think that means we can expand the power flower. Gonna need more sails, though. Insufficient power supply, but that doesn't seem to be hurting your rate of fire very much, my friend. One may not be connected. I'll double check that after I've added a few more ray receivers. But thank you for the heads up. Power flower. Is this over requesting? This is not. Actually, I think we could just finish the slice and not feel bad about it. Yeah, this is good. Still not getting purple, though. That's connected. That's connected. That's connected. No, I think they're all connected. It's just angles. Bad angles. But we should finish this out. really. Can't do that here. We need to do that here. Oh man, look at that capacity. We did it! Everything's going fine. Silo's still launching rockets, which is beautiful. Few less solar sails in orbit. That makes a fair amount of sense. Now it's just as fast as they can get sucked into the shells. Fast as we can finish the nodes. Oh, talking about the silicon. Really? Thought the silicon was looking okay, but I'll check that out. Yeah, this looks fine. Like, I've been using this blueprint for, I don't know, 50 hours of gameplay now. I'm pretty sure it's all connected up correctly. I would be pretty surprised if there was still problems there. But yeah, this all looks like it's working out just fine. Yeah, it's looking good. Cool. Alright, so can we fix science now, is the question. How does one fix science? Oh yeah, you're bringing Newt and friends coming over? Always a good time. Hey, Newt Mechanist, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. The other side of the planet is where all this stuff is. Thunk. With overproduction, clearly. We're having a problem getting these nanotubes. Nanotubes are being a problem. We've got remote demand in a lot of places. So once nanotubes clears up, that should be all we need. Oh, this is also doing local supply. That's part of the problem, isn't it? What's up, PH Juke? Yeah. We're absolutely playing DSP. I have been enjoying this game immensely. Do I just have spiniform crystals? I'm like, god damn it. Why? Can I do this in... Nope. That would be too easy. This makes your sphere feel inadequate. Well, I am 80 hours deep in this save. And, not to make your sphere feel even more inadequate, but I feel like I'm not really doing all that much. It's just, you know, natural accumulation of devices and stuff as time goes on. Spiniform crystals. Alright, what if, in addition to the other things that we're doing here, I got rid of stuff in my inventory via the cunning application of additional chemical plants. Yeah, I love the logistics towers. There's a lot of drones flying around. It's pretty good. There's still a lot of legacy belt in my base. And it's stuff that, in theory, I could rip up and replace with logistics, but, like, it feels like a lot of work. But, yeah, I really do appreciate all the drones flying around. It's great. Belt better than bots? Ooh, strong opinions. That is actually fighting words. I'm not gonna fight you. I think belts have their place. But I think bots also have their place. I think they are different things that can be used from different purposes. Leftovers from Factorio? Okay, well, in Factorio, we're absolutely having a fight. Because bots are so much better than belts. You just add more bots to the system. Like, that's... if you're having throughput problems, you just add bots. It's so much harder to add belts than it is to add bots. What was I doing? I was gonna build one... Aha, here we go, here we go. You do this thing. Just get this stuff out of my inventory. I want to not have it anymore. Do you even blueprint? Wow, wow. Threatening, threatening. The bus looks so good. All right, that is a fair point. Belt bases look absolutely beautiful. I will grant you that. Oh no, even with spaghetti, it's a good, there is an aesthetic that can be appreciated, is what I'm saying. Bots are just islands. And it's like, alright. It makes it look more robotic. Which, like, okay. But belt bases look more organic. And that is definitely something I can appreciate. All your Satisfactory bases start to look like an Acme factory after a while. I still haven't played Satisfactory. Everything I've heard... I mean, okay, so admittedly, I haven't heard that much about Satisfactory recently. But from what I have heard about Satisfactory, there's not enough differentiating it from games like Factorio for me to really warrant picking it up as a separate game to play. So I haven't really bothered looking at it much more in depth. 3D Factorio? Yeah, sure. But it's like, this game is 3D Factorio with enough that is different from Factorio to catch my attention. This is still not working out. Come on, man. Fix it. Be fixed. Oh, you are really unfixed at the moment. Problematic. Alright, we desperately need more carbon nanotubes. Added train collisions and lots of cosmetics. You can make evil bond layers now. Is that good? Is that appealing? Is that a thing people want to do? Well, we have some nanotube production. And it is insufficient. Graphene production we're okay on. But nanotube production we're not. Even with the spiniform crystals. So I think we need to go out and find more spiniform crystals to turn into nanotubes. Tried Satisfactory and it paled in comparison to Factorio. You def up more towards DSP than Satisfactory. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's kind of where I've, like, again, without any personal experience with Satisfactory other than watching streams, that's kind of where I've landed as well. Need you. Really? What is the problem here? The problem is I am out of stone. Oh. That's also fixable. Satisfactory still in development. I mean, do they have stuff on the roadmap that's going to make it feel like a different game from Factorio? Like, that's the real question, right? DSP is also still in development. But even while still in development, it feels different enough that it feels like its own game. Which is, you know, that's a big deal. That's not a lot of stone. Where do I need to go to get stone? I see stone veins. Do you have stone for me? You do not. Do you have stone for me? You do not? Why does nobody have stone for me? Stone veins. Do you have stone for me? Huzzah. Thank you. Alright, we're still going to need a few more chemical plants. A few good plants. Where am I at here? Plants? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Any game that lets you zip line down power lines has got to be fun. That is some appealing. That's a cool thing. That is actually a feature. I've heard of features, and that sounds like a feature to me. Hypertube human rail cannon. If it's too strong, you go off the map and die. I don't know that I want to shoot myself out of a rail cannon. On the other hand, I do want to warp myself into light years per second space travel. So maybe those two are fairly similar. What else am I doing here? We're just going off into space again? I think it's time to go off into space again. Take a few more belts with me. Alright, let's go figure out some more spiniform crystals, shall we? Let's go figure things out. Oh, I need, I'm going to need more wind power, almost assuredly. Good on iron, good on rings, good on turbines. Ready to fight. Good on green chips? Good on green chips. Yeah, ready to fight. You just like the first-person aspect of Satisfactory? That's fair. Yeah, and if that's what does it for you, then more power to you. I think I would hate this game in first person, but it's sure possible that Satisfactory being built in its own engine, hopefully being built around the ability to be in first person, that it would make a difference. Like, I'm trying to think of, like Infinifactory was kind of in first person, right? Wasn't it? And that was sometimes hard to play because of the viewpoint, because of the angles. So I don't know how I'd feel about a Factorio game that is in first person in that way. I guess I'd have to try it and see, right? Where are my crystals? We have to go down to Epsilon Mensae to get crystals? No. Here. Why did we go out here? Oh, for the extra deuterium, that was it. Deuterium now no longer a problem. But, spiniform crystals apparently very a problem. Okay, well, let's keep doing that thing. How y'all doing, by the way? A couple of new faces. If you came over from Newt Mechanist's raid, then thanks for coming. Hope you're having a good time. If you are just here because of Dyson Sphere, then, you know, great. I am also just here for Dyson Sphere. I am a variety streamer, so there's a bunch of other stuff that I do. But, Dyson Sphere's been pretty regularly on the docket, so I'm glad this game is here. And it's definitely the kind of game I'm going to come back to. I don't think we need to do anything over here. I think this is good. Okay, let's go make... How much... Do I have enough soil pile to make this work? I have no idea if this is enough soil pile. Just no idea whatsoever. I did. This is my very first planet. And I decided I wanted solar panels. So we built some solar panels. Make it nice for first-person play. Movement slick, you can climb basically every structure you build. That's pretty cool. Like, as long as it works, that's great. But I also just haven't played a game myself where it would work. So, you know, I don't have that sense of like, yes, it's a good idea, or no, it's a bad idea. Can power slide. Okay, fair enough. Do I need to go back to 2 in order to make this work? I feel like we just set up 3 now, which is gonna suck. Alright, let's make sure I have the necessary materials to make that happen. And by necessary materials, I mean exactly 1 interstellar logistics station. Yeah, we'll be good. Okay, cool. Looks like it's going to be very exploration-oriented eventually. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat, actually. I'm into that. Maybe once they get feature complete, I'll have a second look at it and take a look and see if it's worth picking up at that point. All right, let's go mess with water worlds. The yellow sign at the top. It's an indication that alarms are going off, or alerts rather. In this case, it is an alert that my science isn't working. Not enough space warper. Oh, turn back around. Hell do you mean not enough space warper? I have liars. Liar. Kazabin. Plenty of space warpers, don't lie to me. But yes, in this case, I have alerts set on a couple of my producers to let me know when they're not working. In this case, white science and purple science. And the problem with white science is there's no purple science. And the problem with purple science is there's not enough carbon nanotubes. So we are on our way to fix the nanotube problem. Hopefully fix the nanotube problem. Stop! Causing me problems. Alright, there are spiniform crystals everywhere here, but they're all underwater. Am I just underwater right now? That's really cool! Can I actually build stuff underwater? No way, right? The resources aren't visible, because the resources aren't up high enough for me to build. Okay. Why am I underwater? That's pretty neat. I didn't think that would be possible. Alright, there was some place, somewhere on this planet, where I was starting to pull stuff up in order to actually mine these stupid crystals over here. Boing? So I have this set up, and it was some work. But we never actually had this going anywhere, which is part of the problem. So I need to pull up some more... Really? I guess we have some purple science happening, just not a lot of purple science. Need to pull up some more ground so I can dump a... dump a station on it. Hopefully I have enough soil pile to make this work. Why is this not connecting? Why would you do this to me? Rude. You haven't seen this one yet? Oh, yeah. Water worlds are a problem. Also, thank you for the follow piece, Jude. Much appreciated. So the other things we can do here is make more room for more chemical plants. And hopefully that's not too much of a problem with power. How much power does each of these need? 720. 720 is... Wind is at 110. Oh, nice. So 720 is still 3 turbines. Second one's not connected? Ah. This is still not connected. Oh, because this is going the wrong way. Haha. I don't know whose idea that was. No wonder. Alright, you are providing carbon nanotubes. And that's all you're doing. Sit there in power timeout and just accept incoming requests. Waterworlds don't have a lot to get in the way of wins. It's true. It's... Man, I wish I could have blueprints auto-drop foundation for them. That would be fantastic. Because otherwise, figuring out where I need to put foundation in order to get, like, the wind turbines up and running is atrocious. Figuring out how much space each wind turbine needs and everything. Anyway, let's expand out here a bit. Burn some more soil pile. Oh, we are already suffering as a result of power. Alright, so if I was going to place another one of these, obviously it needs foundation support. But how far out does it need to be in order to be able to be placed? Looking at it this way... Hang on. Ah. Okay. It's on the vertical line, so it's exactly 2 boxes away, which is... That makes it a little easier to figure this out. But not a whole lot, because you can't see those lines until you bring up the goddamn ground. Problems. I thought it was really cool that I ended up underwater before. We should do that again. How many of these am I going to need? Is this going to work? Nope. It's off center! Worth it? Questionable. This lets me see the coordinate grid, even without bringing up foundation. But I can't, like, place foundation from this view, can I? Almost always have hurricanes, do they? I mean, from what... I know very little about Waterworlds. But... Given my experience in Outer Wilds, that seems as likely as anything else. Definitely a lot of hurricanes on Giant's Deep. Is there a way for me to, like, blueprint a foundation? Can't blueprint. I don't know. I don't think so. Ah, but at least I can see what the problem is. So that's helpful. Is that going to be good enough? Need more salvage support. Okay. Too close. That's fine. Too close. That's fine. It just needs foundation. Can work with this. It's not pretty, but it can work. Someone made a mod for blueprinting foundations? Oh, that would be nice. That would be very nice. Nope. Do not be off-center, thank you. This is pretty awkward to do. Freely admitted. I guess if I was less paranoid about wasting foundation, I could just plant a bigger thing and just carpet the place. And also use up all of my soil pile instantly. He burned through soil pile on these water worlds, my god. $70. I'm going to need more in order to plant more thing. Well, keep going, I guess. Equator wind belt. So this go here. Not here, but here. Still not gonna work, is it? That worked, weirdly enough. And I have burned through half of my million soil pile. What a mess. What a terrible place for resources. Still using wind? I mean, what are you gonna do here, though? Like, honestly, nothing works here. Everything is a problem. Leave it at this, I guess, for now. This is some. This is, in fact, literally a water world. It says so on the map. It's a good thing my robot doesn't need to drink. On the other hand, trying to build out a base in a place like this is going to drive me to drink. So, you know, trade-offs. Why are we on a water world? Because this is where the spiniform crystals are. Yep. Sea urchin bits. Exactly. Dang. I'm getting better at making islands. Alright. This is exhausting. I'm gonna leave this as is. And maybe come back here again some other time in the future. Or, maybe come back here again never. Maybe come back here again never. There are a lot of sea urchin bits on this planet, which is great, but, they are absolutely a pain to get to. Pave the planet. Connect the tower. The tower's connected. The tower doesn't need power in order to provide the world with the nanotubes. I'm not putting warpers or vessels here, so it doesn't need to charge. I mean, the other thing is, it would cost a lot of soil pile, right? We burned through 400k soil pile doing this, right? Literally just this. So, to do any actual attempts at serious paving would require, I think, actual hundreds of thousands. Like, not hundreds of thousands. Tens of millions of soil pile. Take one planet, put it over... Yeah, just smush the two planets together. I'm sure that'll work. I'm sure that'll work. Alright, super ugly. Super mega ugly. So what's next? What's next on my list of things to do? I guess make carbon nanotubes manually? If this is how hard it's going to be to get more spiniform crystals? What a hassle. Try to find another place that has them that's not a water world? What are the odds? Let's have some spiniforms out here. Volcanic ash, Sakura Ocean, Field Jellisoul, Barren Desert. None of these are water worlds. Alright. Let's head to this system, then. Do we know which planet? We don't know which planet has the thing until we get there, huh? But it's probably going to be one of the ones with water oceans, huh? Alright, let's head toward the Sakura Ocean one and see what that has available. Going to need a new tower. Oh, that's home. That's not where I'm going. Going this way. Let's see if I can pull in a few more nanotubes before we call it for the night. Two is here. Thunk. Man, these planets are so busy. Just coated in stuff. There's a lot of silicon out here. That's kind of cool. Where are spiniform crystals? We found some spinny crystals. Looks like there's just the one patch. Alright. But now I have a lot more room to work with, which is exciting. We're going to need more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm running out of stone. Might need to mine more stone. How many is this? 14? Probably do this off of 2. 7 and 7? Maybe? It's kind of hard to tell what I'm actually connecting with because of the coloring. Aw, come on! Get them both! You can do it, I believe in you. Amazing. That's 7. Can we get the other 7 with 1? Probably. This one's going to be easier. Easy. Okay, let's get y'all combined. And where am I actually building stuff? Maybe out this way. And this could even end up being... Hello? Thank you. 2 full belts, probably. One, 2, 3, 4. So here... Where do you go? Like here-ish. Yeah? Lack of item. Bad news. Let's actually set the recipe, shall we? And we're going to need a tower. That could be slightly less ugly. Did I switch to... Yeah, I moved to a different planet. Under the hopes that this would run a little smoother. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $11, 12. This is a far more reasonable use of foundation. Does not cost hundreds of thousands of soil pile. Probably going to want power. Let's give you some power. Awkward. Every time I count that way, I also do it in my head. I'm so sorry. There's only so much you can do to avoid the electric company. How much more of these do you need? That's some. It's not sufficient, but it's some. Lack of item. Oh no. I need to print more wind turbines. Getting there. Alright. That looks good. How many wind turbines was this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22, 36 wind turbines. Yes. Correct. Alright. Well, that'll help. Or it would help if it was actually going anywhere. Is that right? 720 times however many this is? 720 times 12? Math. Hold. $8.6. Yeah, this should be more than enough. It was 720, right? Oh, sorters. I always forget about sorters. Alright, well, we'll leave it at this then. That seems good. And I think this is going to be about where I cut stream. But let's make it back to home base first and see whether or not things have improved. We'll take stock, figure out what's going on, and write down some notes for next time. Oh, actually, I know where I'm going. I'm going to my latest Dyson Sphere project, so people can be vicariously embarrassed all over again. It's true, it does look like we've accomplished at least a little bit of what we intended to. Yeah, this one's a little far away. I think things are better. Still not good, but better. Ah, it's starting to fill in, slowly but surely. So yeah, this is my latest vanity project. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. And power production is actually increasing at a decent rate, so that's good. Might actually be able to support all of the power concerns on this planet soon enough. So we'll do more mining here. That'll be good too. This will be a good place to pull resources from. So yeah, this is the note on which I would like to end this stream. How much of a solar system can you use to make a billboard for your name before it's considered narcissism? That's a really good question. I don't know. I don't plan on finding out. Yeah, I made this joke like 2 or 3 streams ago, and at least one individual has been consistently egging me on since then, so I had to follow through on it. But it ended up working out. Barely enough room, but ended up working out. So that makes me happy. Makes me happy that I was able to finally deliver. So, things to work on next time. Science might still need more carbon nanotubes, so we'll have to check on purple science. Stellar calligraphy, yep. It was a bitch of a time getting it to work. Like, finding a font, first off, finding a pixel font I liked. Then, like, you know, I had to make some, turn off this grid. Do not see grid. I do not want to see grid right now. I had to make some concessions because it wouldn't allow me to close this off. I couldn't have an empty space in the middle of a shell piece. So, like, you know, we had to do these like little cutouts and stuff here. But it worked out okay. Hundreds of thousands of years later, aliens will visit the installation and wonder what it was made for. I'm sure it had a purpose, right? Nobody would build something this big without it being necessary for their civilization, right? Yep, this is absolutely an Ozymandias moment. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and cringe. What else? We do need to expand sales here. Expand sales at Sulafat. We'll probably want to double check on processors. Processors have historically been a bottleneck. Ultimately, was a Kilgore was here graffiti? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Graffiti writ large. This is my true impact on the universe. Anything else? Anything else that we needed to do this stream that we didn't get to? I don't feel like it. I feel like we got to everything. I feel like I accomplished every goal I intended to accomplish this stream. Which, that feels really good. That feels really good. Oh, you know what? This actually should be renamed. There we go. Because now this Dyson sphere is titled appropriately. Soul System with a giant Costco banner. I mean, you know, once you start riding on the sun, where does it end, right? Where does it end? What else? What else? What else? I think that's good. Purple continues to be a bottleneck for so many different reasons. Like, it was bottlenecked on plastic, weirdly, and it was bottlenecked on processors the way you would expect it to, and then it was bottlenecked on carbon nanotubes. It's gonna be something else next time, but it's gonna be purple again. I don't know why, but it's gonna be purple again. But yeah, this feels good. This feels good. We can expand mining productions on the Vanity Project solar system. This seems like a good place for it, given that we'll have extra power. Your sphere is small. 500 gigawatts feels like not that small, unless you mean megawatts, in which case, yeah, step that up, buddy. I think it's probably about time for me to automate production of ray receivers. Handcrafting that stuff has been a hassle, so that'll be a project for next time. Ray receiver automation. Your goal is a terawatt? Damn. I have a couple of gigawatts now total in my Dyson sphere. Dyson cell. Is there a way to look at that like global stats? Not global. Interstellar, I guess, like across all of your everything. If I look at Dyson sphere, cell point in Elbereth, entire star cluster. Okay. This is just production, though. This isn't how much I'm actually making. This is how much power I'm making, but not all of this is from the Dyson sphere. I guess there's not really a good way to look at that up, is there? That's too bad. I guess it says it on the save file, doesn't it? How much you're getting out of the Dyson system. 143 hours, 40k rockets, 10.9 million sales. Only 500 gigawatts, star luminosity 2.6. Oh, so you're doing it all on one star. You're not like putting up a sphere on separate stars. You're putting a bunch of different layers up on one star, yeah? I mean, it makes sense. You probably want to do that on the most luminous star. I am more interested in spreading my seed around, as it were. I would rather take over multiple systems than focus on big numbers in one system. All right, I think this is good. We've got some plans for next time. We got a lot done this time. And purple is forever and always a problem. Ah, purple stopped being a problem? Yahtzee! We'll have to check on that next time. Phrasing? Absolutely not. You get what you get, my friend. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for now. Save the game. And quit to the title screen.